tempel. Dat moet niet, nee. Mogen wel, maar dat hoeft niet. Mooi, hè? Ja, terug een altaar van zijn stichting hier ook.
Ja, en die s'morgens denk ik al...
'Smorgens kom je hier tezamen.
Ja.
Om 4:30.
Ja. Hoe moet die dat allemaal hier?
Hier in de tempel.
Hier in de tempel.
En die anderen zullen dat in gebruiken om te mediteren.
Ah ja, oké.
En de tempel kan roepen. Dus de ene week zit de vrouw in de tempel en de man hiernaast en de wordt erin gebruikt.
Ja, oké.
Ja, dan weet je toch.
Ah, maar jullie staan er niet mediteren, we staan er in de tempel nog niet, man en vrouw.
Nee, voor de meditatie niet. Ja, voor de diensten, hè.
Ja,
Ik geloof van de dag ook.
ja.
Maar 's morgens goed voor de meditatie niet.
Ah, nee.
Als je een concentratie toch een beetje,
Ja.
toch zeker voor die oude mensen.
Ja. Ja, ja.
Mooi, hè? Dat is een replica van een tempel in Indie. Dus als naar één gaat, iedere tempel is op die manier opgebouwd. Altijd 3 verschillende altaren. Aantal dag ook anders. Zijn er toch al 240 van die kostuums.
Hier?
Ja. Die beneden is er ook. Er zijn 4 kamers die nogal vol gaan met allemaal beelden. En die beweren, in elke dag van zijn de nachten nog meer. En die bloemenslingers worden ook elke dag gemaakt van hartstikke goed. Dus morgens en s'avonds ander geleden. S'avonds een nachtgeleden, s'morgens een dag. 6 maal per dag mogen we koken voor Krishna. En nadien is dat voedsel voor ons. Enkele priesters mogen op het altaar, enkele priesters mogen koken. Dat zijn ook vrouwen. Mannen en vrouwen zijn gelijkwaardig. Dus 5000 jaar geleden Krishna in het midden, geboren in Noord-Indië. En naast Krishna staat Hare Krsna. Hare, vrouwen, en dat is de liefdeseenheid. Pure liefdesvrouw. En God is zwanger, maar tezamen vormen ze één geheel. En rechts, die originele beelden staan nog altijd in Zuid-Indië, ook al meer dan 5000 jaar. Die met zijn zwart gezicht is ook een vorm van Krishna, met zijn broer en zijn zus. En naar links, dat is de laatste avatar die gekomen is, geboren in 1486 in Bengalen. Dus ook Krishna met zijn broer terug. En die heeft al Hans in de kruis de hoofd al zien en al dansen. En dan is die mantra teruggezocht, die bewogen was. En die moet dagelijks eten. En die moet dagelijks persoonlijk reciteren. Ik kan dat. Ja, zo van de paternoster. 108 kralen. En iedere kraal had die mantra reciteren. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. 104. En dan je losse zak legt aan de loop van minimum 16 van die rondjes reciteren. Mijn persoonlijk 2,5 jaar.
Oh, ik 16 keer dat ik al hoor.
16 keer 100 jaar. Maar verbeter niet, maar verandert er gewoon. Die mantra doet iets van winnen en wordt. En al die zware gehechtheden van doen, die vallen maar stuk voor stuk. Als je binnenkomt, de meeste als man ook als nacht moet betalen. Maar die wordt al het zal dus gekregen dat veel meer plezier heeft en die materiële zaken al een beetje mooi. Dat is ook goed. Het is een vrolijk proces, hè. Dus niet van hij dat nog niet meer.
Nee, dat is
kwijt dan meer. Kwijt dat terug naar voren.
Ja, dat is samen tussen die vrouwen. Dat is heel belangrijk, hè, want ja.
Anders gaat je niet meer. Het lukt hoor, maar het is best goed. Dat ook nog een grap, we zijn van dezelfde leeftijd. Soms komt het in dat ik niet meer, als een vrouw moet er niet van weten. Ja, maar zal dan niet rusten. Zo ziet dat me helemaal veranderd is bij vroeger. Ze hebben een betere man gekregen en dat was waar het zo. En dus komt dat soms een keer naar de nieuwe lokaal en dan gaan we terug. Op die manier voor jonge mensen te zijn. Maar er is iets uitgevonden, hè. Dan heb je reeks foto's, helemaal niks in onze stichting, maar die had ook een hashtag leraar. En zijn leraar die had ook een leraar. En zo hebben we terug in de tijd dat we echt niet bij kiezen. En mijn hashtag leraar was dan leraar in onze stichting. En zo had ik er zo opgemaakt. En allemaal van de planten, want die kunnen hier niet overleven. En dan gaat dat tegen de andere kant op het al. Ik dacht in de orthodoxe kerk wordt die ook gedaan. De heilige basilieken gedaan. Onze drums, en dat is nog gebakken in klei. Dat is een hele procedure. Dat is leer en vegetarisch. Maar dat is wel een halal-koos leer. Dat wordt gemaakt doordat Krishna geboren is. En tot nu toe is nog altijd iedereen dat vegetariër. Als er naar een koe staat op een natuurlijke manier omgegaan. En de rest van het wordt verhandeld of verhandeld aanwezig.
Die hebben ook gezien
Een harmonium, een vaste accordeon. Je moet er lucht in blazen en dan pas kunnen we erop spelen. Eigenlijk is dat nog uitgevonden in Bretagne in de kerken en daarna gaan de Engels nog meegebracht naar aangeworpen voor de lezing en dat is de stoel die bedoeld is voor degene die de lezing heeft gegeven. Dat is niet goed. Ja, dat kan wel. Dat is om de maat al te geven. Is het eigenlijk de gewoonte? Dan kan je samen zingen. Dat is het tekst, dat is niet moeilijk. Hè? En ik kan niet zingen, dus jullie hebben nog geen excuus om te weten. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Dus morgen aan zo'n mensen. Een plezante manier om de dag te beginnen. Nu ja, pas op. Ik kruip voor 8 uur in mijn bed s'avonds aan de lucht om.
Ja, dat moet hè. Ja, anders kan je.
Ik tv thuis ook al jaren niet meer.
Nee.
Dus snap je, een manier van leven.
En radio ook niet? Of radio wel?
En de ogen inderdaad.
Ja,
Dat kan wel internet.
ja, internet.
Maar eerst de keer reis constant rond de wereld. In Fiji. En dan kan ik hem ook volgen. Kan ik ook lezingen horen van hem. Wordt op internet uitgezonden allemaal, kan ook vragen staan.
Maar je zit ook of niet? Je zit niet? Wel.
Wordt gevallen.
Ja.
Geen niet en zo.
Nee, nee, nee. Ja.
Een hele simpele onderwijs.
Ja.
Dat is meer dan voldoende. Hè. En vroeger hadden we geen telefoon.
Ja, oké, maar wij hebben thuis ook geen telefoon. Mijn ouders hebben een telefoon.
Dat is het, dat was vroeger zo.
Ik weet dat mijn kinderen eens vroegen dat tegen was iemand, het examen of zo. Ik zeg, waarom? Ik zeg, nee, en anders ga je naar de deur bellen bij iemand, gewoon naartoe gaan, ik heb verstaan. En wij dachten zelf, nou, we moesten ons probleem zelf. En nu is dat wel eens een ding al direct te vragen. Hè?
Ja, dus een gast die nog straat loopt.
Ja, ja, dat is...
Die camera's, dus voor de mensen die thuis wonen, kunnen die de dienst volgen.
Ah ja.
En dan heb je die gebeuren hier. En dus dan het reststeekje sturen op internet. Dat is wel handig. Ja. Dus ook nog een school is ook wel. En dan weet je toch 4 à 5 ton, dat is gewoon warm.
Ja, dat is het.
Hier onder is een keuken, en dan ook nog veel waterplaatsen om dat te stutten. Dan weet je al een 20 ton water. Dus dan wordt nooit de Italiaanse architecten die ook in de monteur en zo. Dan moet nog een zeepje van schuimlichtens boven de bakkerij. Zal ik jullie ook een keer tonen?
Ja.
En de schoenen mogen terug halen. Ja, als ze er nog staan.
Ja.
Wat zei je?
Ga je gewoon spelen?
Ja. Ik heb verwacht.
Alors ça peut être cadeau d'anniversaire. Alors, nous commençons ici dans le temple à 4h30 le matin. C'est encore plus tôt dans les monastères. On commence encore plus tôt que ça. Nous avons quelqu'un ici qui habitait dans un monastère. Alors, et puis, nous avons une cérémonie sur l'autel où on offre l'encens, le feu, les fleurs, l'eau, différentes choses. Oui, c'est un cérémonie. C'est des cérémonies tellement anciennes, on le voit dans tous les temples hindous du monde. Et ça date. C'est écrit dans les Védas. Et les Védas, ils datent de plus que 5000 ans. Alors, c'est très ancien. Alors, à 5 heures, la rideau se ferme et il y a 5 prêtres qui montent sur l'autel. Et we're going to leave soon, huh? It's
okay, no problem.
So,
Take your time.
il y a 5 prêtres qui montent sur l'autel, ils enlèvent les vêtements, les décorations, les guirlandes et tout. Ils payent la myrtille et les habillent dans les autres vêtements. Pour ici en bas, il y a 5 pièces avec plein d'armoires. 3 pièces plein d'armoires. Et avec tout il y a 100 c'est pour les vêtements pour la journée et 100 c'est pour la nuit. Et alors le soir, à 7 heures, il y a une nouvelle cérémonie et à 7h30, la rideau se ferme et les prêtres montent. La même chose, sauf que le soir, c'est beaucoup plus simple. Les vêtements sont beaucoup plus simples, il y a pas de guirlandes, il y a très peu de décorations, très peu de bijoux. Parce qu'on ne va pas se coucher avec des bijoux et des guirlandes de famille. Alors au milieu, c'est Krishna avec la flûte. Krishna, ça veut dire le tout attractif, parce qu'il attire tout le monde. Mais ma mère est atheiste. Quand il y a l'accident, elle dit « Oh mon Dieu !» Quand même. Et à sa côté, c'est Radha, c'est l'arrêt dans le mantra. Et Radha est l'énergie divine féminine. C'est l'énergie d'amour, c'est l'énergie alterne de Krishna. C'est Radha ou Hare. Et puis ici, c'est Jagannath Baladev Subhadra. Jagannath, ça veut dire le Seigneur de l'univers. Alors c'est aussi Krishna, mais il y a d'autres relations là, il y a d'autres. Dieu a des différents noms selon la relation qu'il a avec ses dévots. Mais nous avons des différents noms. Moi, ici, je m'appelle Bhagavati, ma mère m'appelle Monica, ma fille m'appelle Maman, ma fille m'appelle Bax. Quelqu'un qui ne me connaît pas, on m'appelle Madame. Et moi, j'entends tous les noms, j'écoute quand on utilise ce nom, mais il y a des relations différentes avec chaque personne. Je ne vais pas avoir la même relation avec quelqu'un qui m'appelle Madame qu'avec quelqu'un qui m'appelle Maman. Alors pour Dieu, c'est la même chose. Alors les chrétiens l'appellent le Père, les prient pour un quotidien, les musulmans l'appellent Allah, il est très grand, très puissant. Les Juifs ont même peur d'utiliser son nom. Alors en Inde, il y a beaucoup de noms différents. Alors Krishna, nous l'appelons Gopinath, mais il y a Krishna, Govinda, Gopal, Madhusudana, il y a tellement de noms. Alors ici c'est Jagannath. Et à gauche, ça c'est Seigneur Chaitanya Nityananda. Seigneur Chaitanya, il est apparu il y a 536 ans. Il danse les deux. Et on nous connaît nous dansons dans les rues. Et les Hare Krishna, ils dansent dans les rues. Mais ça a commencé il y a 536 ans avec Seigneur Chaitanya. Alors, on est mort, on n'est pas toujours que nous faisons ça. Même chose il y a 536 ans, parce que c'était le gouvernement musulman dans l'endroit où il était. Alors, il n'aimait pas non plus chanter Hare Krsna dans les rues. Alors, tout ce que nous faisons, ça vient de lui. Alors, bien l'hindouisme est beaucoup plus âgé que 536 ans, mais spécifiquement les livres que nous lisons, l'importance du Hare Krishna mantra chanté dans les rues, ça vient tout de Seigneur Chaitanya, et c'est notre fondateur Srila Prabhupada qui l'a mené dans l'Occident. Alors, quand on nous demande, ça date de quand votre mouvement, là, 536 ans. Alors parfois là, on se demande pourquoi est-ce qu'il faut toutes ces choses avec les statuettes. Je peux m'imaginer, on se demande, ce que nous pratiquons, c'est le bhakti yoga. Alors yoga, c'est un mot sanskrit originellement, et ça veut dire s'y lier avec, notamment avec Dieu. Alors, chaque forme de yoga, en fait, normalement, était là pour pouvoir se lier avec Dieu, graduellement. Et bhakti, c'est l'amour, c'est la dévotion. Alors, nous essayons d'obtenir une lier avec Dieu, d'obtenir une relation avec Dieu par l'amour, par la dévotion. Mais avec les yeux matériels que moi j'ai, je ne peux pas voir Dieu qui est purement spirituel. Alors, on a besoin de l'aide. Alors, les murtis, les prêtres en Inde, les prêtres qui ont beaucoup d'expérience, qui peuvent faire des grandes cérémonies, alors ils demandent à Krishna d'entrer dans un murti. Et après, une fois qu'on a le murti, il faut le libérer de certains. On ne peut pas simplement le mettre là. Il y a vraiment beaucoup de règles. Pour pouvoir être prêtre, il y a tout un bouquin de règles. Et alors là, on peut adresser Dieu par le murti. C'est un peu comme une boîte à lettres. Il y a une boîte à lettres ici, à côté de l'église, et ça fait partie de la place belge. Alors, pour moi, cette boîte à lettres est non différente que la poste belge. Je dépose ma lettre, et la poste belge va le chercher et va la montrer quelque part. Alors moi, je peux dire, je vais à la poste, ça peut aussi dire que je vais à la boîte à lettres. Pour moi, il n'y a pas de différence. Alors, le murti, pour moi, n'est pas différent que Dieu. Parce que je n'ai pas encore les yeux de voir Dieu. Et moi, je peux faire ma service ici, je peux avoir cette relation avec mon disciple. Il est bon, n'est-ce pas? Il est fantastique. Alors, je peux aimer Dieu ici. Je m'en rends compte qu'il y a Dieu dans le spirituel. Mais pour moi, à ce moment, ceci, c'est ma boîte à lettres. C'est ma façon de l'être. C'est pour cela, nous faisons tous la pour le murti. On fait la cuisine 6 fois par jour. Il y a 3 cuisines. Là-dessous, il y a une cuisine pour la communauté. À côté, il y a une cuisine spécifiquement pour les prêtres. On cuisine que pour la communauté. Et puis à côté de là, il y a une petite cuisine où on peut réchauffer des choses qu'on a eues pour le déjeuner, les petits déjeuners. Ou le soir, il y a de la nourriture qui vient de l'hôtel, qui est déposée là, où on peut manger. Alors, 6 fois par jour, on fait de la cuisine. Alors, il y a 7 fois par an, il y a un grand festival et on leur offre des nouveaux vêtements. Il y a une dame ici qui fait la couture pour l'hôtel déjà pendant 50 ans. Elle a toujours cousu pour Krishna.
C'est elle qui a fait tout.
Oui, les décorations des vêtements de jour, ils sont faits en Inde. Alors, il vient tout préparer. On leur donne le taille et comment on veut tout avoir. Alors, ça vient tout préparer. Il faut simplement mettre quelque chose derrière et rassembler tout. Mais les vêtements de nuit, ce sont souvent des saris, des tissus qui viennent de l'Inde ou même des tissus qu'on achète ici. Alors là, on fait ça tout à fait ici. Et maintenant, le soir, on fait ça pendant 18 jours, on fait la même chose parce que c'est un mois spécial, alors pendant 18 jours, on a aussi lecture le soir. Et puis pendant la journée, il y a toujours des gens qui viennent prier ici avec leur chapelet, comme les visiteurs, les ados qui viennent visiter, qui veulent avoir la grâce de méditer sur Krishna.
D'accord.
Ok. Si vous voulez faire une photo, c'est possible.
Ah, c'est gentil.
Where are you from?
België.
Sorry?
België.
Oh, België, Nederlands.
Ja, absoluut. Vlaams, op een
Ja. Goed.
Ik heb hier in de jaren 90 Paramachari gewoond.
Oké.
Ja, helemaal prima city en zo.
Oké, wat is je naam?
Ik heb geen initiatie genomen toen. Daniel.
Daniel.
Ja. Vrienden Raya Priya is een heel goede vriend van me. Vrienden Raya Priya, dat is.
Oké.
Ja, een heel goede vriend van me. Ja. En ik als Chakra heb ik als.
Ja, die is nu onze tempelpresident.
Ja.
We hebben het getroffen met hem.
Ja, absoluut.
Alors, je vais vous montrer quelque chose, un instant. Je parlais des livres que notre fondateur a traduits. Alors, il est venu en 1965 d'Inde en Amérique. Il est venu en bateau. Et à bord, il a eu 2 crises cardiaques qui a survécu heureusement. Et après cela, il a encore vécu 12 ans.
D'accord.
Et pendant ces 12 ans, il a traduit et écrit environ 50-60 livres. Il a ouvert 108 centres partout dans le monde. Il a parcouru le monde 14 fois. Il a initié environ 5000 disciples. Et il a parlé avec tas de personnalités religieuses, politiques, même des stars comme George Harrison, les Beatles. Ils sont, en fait, George Harrison, il aimait beaucoup, il nous a donné un grand bâtiment en Angleterre.
Ah ouais, il dit tout ça.
Et alors, les livres qu'il traduisait, c'était, parce que c'est des livres qui sont traduits de sanskrit. Alors, le sanskrit, c'est comme ça.
Oui.
Je ne sais pas les lire, pas un peu. Mais alors, il y a une concentration comme ça, le sanskrit. Et puis, il a donné un mot par mot traduction pour montrer qu'il tient à l'original du sanskrit. Et puis, il y a une traduction courante, et puis il y a tout le reporté, un commentaire. Et il appelait sa Bhagavad Gita, la Bhagavad Gita très collègue, parce que de la Bhagavad Gita, il y a tellement de traductions, il y a des centaines de traductions, et chaque traducteur, ou quelqu'un qui fait des commentaires, ils disent toujours selon moi je pense, je suis certain que Dieu veut dire cela, et ils donnent leur propre interprétation. Alors il a été très sérieux de ne jamais faire cela. Alors même dans ses commentaires, il parle toujours des autres écritures, des anciens maîtres spirituels. Jamais il dit, moi je pense, je trouve, soit mon opinion. On ne voit jamais ça dans ses livres, et c'est ça qui donne la valeur à ses livres. Oui, c'est ça. Alors, il a traduit. Il y a quelques bouquins qui sont plus minces, mais la plupart, vous voyez, il y a les autres bouquins là, qui sont quand même des bouquins.
Ah, c'est
Oui, c'est ça. Oui, il y en a des peintures. Hein.
Oui, il y en a. Si.
Il y a l'explication que ceci, c'est prononcé ici, ça signifie l'âme. L'âme spirituelle qui est dans l'océan du monde matériel. Et
Nous avons des gens qui sont bien équipés à faire tout, vous voyez.
Ah ouais.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hey, you coming to the Bhagavad Gita class?
Oh my God, there's only me.
Huh?
There's only me.
Don't worry, they'll come. How do you keep this thing from moving?
Oh, I don't know.
I think, can you see if you can turn that a little bit? Or maybe,
What happens when you let go?
huh?
Why goes that like that?
Maybe tighten that one, try to tighten that one. Hare Krishna.
Well, let it go.
Yeah,
It's only a little bit faster.
okay.
Yeah?
Okay. Jaya, you want to sing Jaya Radha Madhava with the harmonium? Okay. Okay. I'm just going to go ahead. I'm going to make it short anyway because it's the whole chapter, right? Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivardhari Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivardhari Yashoda Nandana Prajajana Ranjana Yashoda Nandana Prajajana Ranjana Yamuna Tira Vanachari Jamuna Tira Vanachari Jaya Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Jaya Gurudev 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 Jai Jai Gurudev Namaskar Paramahansa Parvajikacharya Ashtatara Satya Srishimat His Divine Grace Srila A.C. Bhaktivedanta Goswami Maharaj Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai Ananta Koti Vaishnava Vrinda Ki Jai Namachara Srila Haridas Thakur Ki Jai Prem Chika Hoshi Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Shivashadi Gaur Bhaktivinoda Ki Jai All glories to the assembled devotees, all glories to the assembled devotees, all glories to the assembled devotees, all glories to Sri Sri Guru and Sri Gauranga, all glories to Srila Prabhupada. Om Jnana Timirandasya Gyananjana Salakaya Chakshurun Militam Jena Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha Shri Chaitanya Manobishtam Shtapitam Jena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamayam Vidati Svapadantikam Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Yuta Padakamalam Shri Gurun Vaishnavamscha Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Bhagana Raganatan Vitam Tam Sajivam Sadvetam Savadutam Rijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padan Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakan Vitamscha He Krishna Karuna Sindho Dinabandho Jagatpate, Gopesha Gopika Kanta, Radha Kanta Namostute, Taptakanchana Gaurangi, Radhe Vrindavaneshwari, Vishabhanu Sutadevi, Manamami Hari Priye, Vanchakalpa Tirubhyascha, Kripa Sindhubhya Eva Cha, Patitanam Pavanebhyo, Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shri Vashari Gaur Bhaktavinda. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. So now we get to look at the third chapter very briefly tonight. We have like a little less than an hour. And it wasn't working last night, the internet, and I couldn't be over here. I was trying to listen as much as I could online, but I didn't hear. So I'll just have to draw on my past studies and my lesson plans. In chapter 2, Krishna told Arjuna that he shouldn't try to satisfy his own desires, right? He said, and he should be fixed in knowledge. It's just summary, yeah? And he should also be fixed in Buddhi Yoga, the yoga of intelligence, and to put all abominable actions far away, and he should fight. So Arjuna is a little bit like, what? So what's better? Just to go and be a yogi and meditate, or a jnani and study the scriptures deeply, try to understand the difference between matter and spirit, or should he go and kill all his family members? It seems quite obvious, but it's not so obvious. So, does anybody remember what Buddhi Yoga is? He called it the yoga of the intelligence, right? And I looked up the definition again from, I basically know what it is, but I'd like to, I would like to say when I did my little research last night. Let's see here it is, okay. What do you remember about Buddhi Yoga? Huh?
Can I just ask you?
That's from the second chapter, yeah.
The third.
Pardon me?
Sorry, what chapter?
Well, we're going in chapter 3. I'm making a quick review. So Buddhi Yoga was mentioned in the previous chapter. So Buddhi Yoga means working in devotional service with fixed intelligence and detachment from the fruits of action, not giving up action. So it means that karma and jnana are combined together to engage in the transcendental, to engage the transcendentalists in work with knowledge, right? So a very important theme in the Bhagavad Gita that keeps getting repeated a few times. Now the question is going to be asked here in chapter 3, and it's going to come up again in the 5th and the 18th chapters. So whether to renounce work and use one's intelligence to discriminate between spirit and matter, or to work without attachment to the fruit. So Arjuna asks that question 3 times, and the discussion keeps coming back there. Okay, so Arjuna is thinking that karma and activity and doing this thing, being a kshatriya, and going off somewhere and meditating. He thinks these are 2 different things. But what Krishna is trying to let him know that they're not incompatible, but they're different steps on the yoga ladder. So we'll talk a little bit more about the yoga ladder a little bit later. So Arjuna is confused, and he wants Krishna to clarify his instructions, because Krishna gave him many like seedling instructions in the second canto. And in one place, Prabhupada says that Krishna had to speak more clearly so that Arjuna could get he had to give more detail so that Arjuna could get the ability to act. And now he's more or less paralyzed because he's seeing these two things as different from one another. He's heard he's not the body, so he's thinking, great, I'm just going to chant Hare Krishna. I don't have to do anything. I'm not the body. If I'm not the body and they're not their bodies, why should we fight, right? But that's not what Krishna wants. So Krishna actually, he wants to teach Arjuna that devotional service, which is oftentimes called karma yoga, that it's superior to the renunciation of work. And he also will talk about sacrificing for Vishnu, because Vishnu will free one from the bondage of work if you work for Vishnu. So that's a common misunderstanding, right? So what is the question Arjuna asked? O Keshava, why do you want to engage me in this ghastly warfare if you think that intelligence is better than fruitive work? So fruitive is a word, that's number 1 in chapter 3. Fruitive is one of the words that Prabhupada invented. It means work that you do for your own enjoyment. You're looking forward to enjoying the results of the work. You're thinking how nice this is going to be. How often do you have that idea in your mind, if I do this, this is going to happen? That's fruitive work. I think we're all stuck with it a little bit here and there, right? Some of us more than others. And Prabhupada makes the point in that purport when Arjuna asked a question that people often think that to become transcendental, you have to go somewhere and recede from the public and go into a private room. But many of the devotees tried that before they joined, and sometimes after they joined, and the success was quite limited. And Prabhupada makes the point that without being trained in the philosophy of Krishna consciousness, it's not advisable to we go to a holy place. Especially sometimes devotees think, I just want to go and chant somewhere. Like one devotee, he got the news that he had a terminal disease. And so he asked Prabhupada to give him Babaji, and Prabhupada didn't want to give him Babaji, but he pushed, and Prabhupada's very merciful, he gave him Babaji. And he went to Mayapur to chant all day long. And then later on he found out that actually he didn't have a terminal disease, it was a mistake. So he disappeared, no one ever saw him again. You see? So he wasn't ready for Babaji, he wasn't even really ready to practice Krishna consciousness seriously. So Prabhupada says in the purport that you might try to do that, but all you'll get is some admiration from the innocent public, including the devotees, until you fall down. And then people say, they become very disappointed. So Arjuna was thinking the same thing, that he should live in a secluded place and practice penance and austerity. And Prabhupada, in other words, he wanted to skillfully avoid the fighting by using Krishna consciousness as an excuse. Can you think of things that you think, you don't want to do something for some Krishna conscious reason? Just like Prabhupada wanted Hayagriva to be the temple president of New Vrindavan. It's the last thing that he wanted to do. So Prabhupada made a plan. So Prabhupada asked him to become the GBC. And Hayagriva was like, Prabhupada, please don't make me the... Prabhupada said, it's okay. You only have to be the temple president. And then Hayagriva agreed. He was thinking if he became the temple president, it wouldn't be good for his Krishna consciousness. But if he does what Prabhupada pleases Prabhupada, it will be good for his Krishna consciousness, right? Am I speaking too fast?
No, it's good.
Okay. So Burijan Prabhu makes the point that it's according to your faith, you understand yourself in different ways. So if you are not very advanced spiritually, it's better to engage everything, all of your activities in doing some service, even if the service is mixed. And if Arjuna did try to go to the forest and meditate, then Duryodhana would certainly come after him. Prahladananda Maharaj was giving a class, and he said that Duryodhana would come to Arjuna and go, Arjuna's a sissy, Arjuna's a sissy, Arjuna's afraid, and then Arjuna would fight for sure, because Kshatriyas can't tolerate that. So Krishna said, you're going to fight one way or the other. Don't try to artificially renounce before you're sufficiently purified of heart. Does that make sense to everybody? Okay. So Prabhupada insists that Krishna insists that Arjuna should fight, but without attachment. That's called Nishkama Karma Yoga. So if you perform Nishkama Karma Yoga, instead of renouncing work, you renounce while you work. You're working, but you're not thinking what you're going to get out of it. You're thinking it's going to be pleasing to the Guru, it's going to be pleasing to Krishna. And it becomes an internal attachment to serving, not an external renunciation of activities. Instead of giving up externally your activities, internally you replace the desire to give up activities by an internal desire to please the Lord and Guru and the devotees by your service. And inactivity is not an option for a person whose heart is not sufficiently purified. Activities must be directed towards self-purification and self-realization. And that's the actual purpose of why we perform the prescribed duties. And Krishna told Arjuna, you will be forced to act helplessly according to the qualities you have acquired from the modes of material nature. You'll be forced. That's verse 5 in chapter 3. So that's why Arjuna is advised by Krishna to do his prescribed duties, even though it may look like karma kanda. But Prabhupada says, in purport to verse 9 of chapter 3, he says, the Vedas recommend prescribed duties which elevate one to the transcendental knowledge and purity of heart. Then you come to the real knowledge, real jnana. So this raises one above the material modes and fixes him in understanding the difference between the body and the soul. You can't jump there artificially. And sometimes it's hard to perform those activities. I don't know how many times I did not want to get out of the Sankirtan van. And there were some times when I didn't get out. So when I'm going through some difficulty in my spiritual life, like I have been for some time now, I joke with my friends and I say, I'm stuck in the van. I'm stuck in the Sankirtan van. I can't get out of the van. You're going to get a van soon, so you might have that experience. So Prabhupada gives the example in the purport to verse 6 that not being pure but trying to act on the jnana platform by, for example, taking sannyas without becoming purified by regular performance of prescribed duties will bring difficulty and it will make you a pretender. So in verse 6, Krishna says, if you try to renounce activities without being sufficiently purified, in your mind you'll still be meditating on the objects of the senses, and that will make you a pretender. And there's a special hell that Maya reserves for people who fake it. In some ways we have to fake it until we make it, but not in this way. Like we're not really faking it. If we're honestly trying to chant, even though our mind's going 1,000,000 miles an hour, that's not really faking it. So really, fake it until you make it is not really, but sometimes we joke like that. We try to act like pure devotees, and if we're not pure devotees, we try to follow the practices. We try to chant nicely. We try to serve the devotees, even if sometimes we want to break each other's necks. Not literally, but you know. So by gradual advancement, going up the yoga ladder, we rise from attachment or passion to goodness that makes us detached. And then we can come to knowledge and Buddha yoga, nishkama karma, where we continue to work but in pure consciousness. So we're trying to go up the yoga ladder. I'll just speak a little bit about the yoga ladder, which is described in quite some detail, but there's not a whole lot of time to do that. So in the modern age, people are doing what's called vikarma, which means they're doing everything against the scriptures. I want enjoyment, I want it now. And no matter who or what gets the reaction. And the process is anything damn, as Prabhupada used to say. But if you come to karma kanda, then you're working for enjoyment under the direction of the Vedas. So you perform your activities under the direction of the Vedas, and the process is Vedic rituals and yagas or sacrifices. I was wondering if anybody would be willing to get me some water. I'm starting to feel a little thirsty. And the advantage of doing these yagyas is that you submit to Vedic authority, because Krishna is telling Arjuna at one point that if you don't perform sacrifice, you can't be happy in this world or in the next, right? So Prabhupada explains that by performing these sacrifices, even if you're doing them for your own selfish desire, you will get elevated gradually. And an important part of the elevation of doing these Vedic rituals is that you get a chance to hear the stories in the scriptures, and you get to hear that, like in heaven, Indra's also getting in trouble sometimes, right? He's fighting with the demons. Also, you begin to understand that there's a difference between the body and the soul, because in order to go to heaven, you have to change your body. And then gradually you get to hear from the Brahmins about higher and higher spiritual topics. And that's how you can advance by being in the association of Brahmanas who can tell you more knowledge as you go along trying to perform these Vedic sacrifices. And so from there, you might come to a place where you're willing to do some karma yoga, which means you still have some desires, sakarma karma yoga. So you still have some desires, but you're trying to link your desires with the Supreme. So you go to the church, you go to the temple, you have faith in God. So you work while understanding that there is something higher. This is the beginning of knowledge of spiritual life. And then from there, you can work to Buddhi Yoga or Nishkama Karma Yoga, which means it's the beginning of knowledge and bhakti. So you work without the desires, but you're you're not thinking, you're not always thinking about what you're going to get. You're thinking about how to please the Lord. You begin to understand that you're not the body, and you understand this difference between the soul and the super soul. I'm a little reluctant to use that because they don't use it for Tulsi anymore, I think. Okay, I can use it now. Thank you. This is the yoga ladder. So, and the process is that you do prescribed duties guided by the scripture, and we become more and more detached from enjoying the fruits of your action. And when you advance beyond that, you come to level 2 of this Buddhi or Nishkama Karma Yoga. And this is really the beginning of Bhakti Yoga. You have no desire for your personal enjoyment or for impersonal realization. You begin to surrender to the Lord. And the process has made you increase your knowledge and realization of the super soul. And then when you come to full Bhakti Yoga, level 3, according to this particular description of the yoga ladder, you become completely fixed on the Lord. So you have no desire for anything except for pleasing Krishna. And the process is serving Krishna under the order of Guru. So Prabhupada brought us right there immediately, but we're still trying to catch up on this yoga ladder, right? So very simple it is, you go from animal life, you start to surrender and associate with devotees, you do sadhana bhakti, you come to bhava bhakti, and then you come to prema bhakti. That's a very brief breakdown. So in verse 9, Krishna is recommending nishkama karma, work with knowledge and detachment. And nishkama karma allows the soul who is active by nature to be purified by doing these activities in a detached mood. And when this kind of detached activities are offered to Krishna with a feeling of devotion, then that is really bhakti yoga. So we're always trying to move in that direction. So what did Arjuna think that Buddha Yoga was in the beginning? Do you remember what he thought it was? What was his misconception? He was thinking, what was he thinking was actually, what do you think, and what many people think that spiritual life means?
Do or be in the mood of goodness.
It's not a bad thing to be, but more specifically, that's true, but more specifically, Arjuna thought that, yeah, and going away to a secluded place. Let's see. Do you remember what Mityachara means? Mityachara? If one, what happens, what is it, if one is not really purified, but one tries to present himself in that way, but in his heart, he has many desires for material enjoyment, what does that make him? Oh yes, I'm a great pretender. One devotee used to sing, oh yes, I'm a great offender. But if you're a pretender, you'll become an offender, right? That's the word mityachara. Okay. Let's see. So we did the yoga ladder very quickly. So the question arises that what if you're too attached to material life and you can't even do any of this nishkama karma yoga? So Krishna has said you shouldn't artificially renounce and you should try to do your prescribed duties in a detached way. Now he explains the course of action for those who are not even at that stage of detached work, but they'd like to get there. So we touched on that. He said that you should do karma, do sacrifice for pleasing the demigods, right? You should do your, he actually recommends that you should do sacrifice, and then he says you should do sacrifice for Vishnu, and that way you won't get the reactions of your activities. And then he explains how even the production of grains is dependent on sacrifice, and how the origin of such sacrifice is Vishnu. So he says, if you can't perform detached, dutiful work, it is better to follow the Karma Kanda section of the Vedas. So why should people follow the Vedas and not directly worship Krishna? What is the advantage of following the Vedas even if you're not able to surrender to Krishna immediately?
To get material benefits.
Okay, you get some material benefit without a lot of sinful reactions, right? Anything else you can think of that's beneficial? The idea is that you're heading in the right direction because instead of just doing anything then, you're willing to surrender to a higher authority that's actually ultimately going to bring you to Krishna consciousness. And Prabhupada says in the Purport to Chapter 3, Text 10, that the material creation by the Lord of creatures, that's Krishna or Vishnu, is a chance offered to the conditioned souls to come back home, back to Godhead. All living entities within the material creation are conditioned by material nature because of their forgetfulness of their relationship to Vishnu or Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The principles are the Vedic principles are to help us understand this eternal relation.
I'll just ask you, what verse are you on?
3:10. So in the Purport, Prabhupada also says that the Lord created this material world to enable the conditioned souls to learn how to perform jagyas for the satisfaction of Vishnu. So that while in the material world they can live very comfortably, without anxiety, and after finishing the present material body, they can enter into the kingdom of God. That is the whole program for the conditioned soul. By performance of jagya, the conditioned soul gradually becomes Krishna conscious and becomes godly in all respects. So the whole cycle is described. that even if you want to eat, we have complete dependence on the Lord, because we depend on the food for grains, right? And the grains are produced by the rains, and rains are produced by performance of sacrifice. And sacrifice is born of prescribed duties, and the prescribed duties are given to us by the Supreme Lord through the Vedas. So it's a whole cycle, which people are not even aware of at all. I mean, the idea is there in tradition that you have to live a life in accordance with God's laws in every religious tradition. The Vedic tradition is very, very detailed. And Krishna gives the results of sacrifice in text, Prabhupada gives the results of sacrifice in text 11, the purport. He says that by jagya, offered to the Supreme Lord, whatever we eat becomes sanctified. It's in the purport there. And when we eat prasadam, our existence becomes purified. And when our existence becomes purified, the finer tissues in the brain, also in our memory, are purified. And thus our memory is also easier. It's easier to remember Krishna. Our memory is sanctified. And then in that sanctified consciousness, we can consider that liberation is better than the enjoyment we get in this world. And that will lead us to Krishna consciousness. So prasadam, we shouldn't underestimate the power of prasadam, but it's also up to us to try to meditate on it when we're eating, that we're actually eating something that's going to bring us to a place where we can love Krishna purely. So we already mentioned why we're getting elevated through the performance of karma kanda. That we get to associate, first of all, we submit to authority, we get to associate with learned persons in the Vedas. And in that way we can begin to know of something higher than material enjoyment, either through sinful activity, so-called material enjoyment, or through pious activity according to the Vedas. So there's a problem. What is the problem with us performing karma kanda? Anybody have any suggestions? If we just worship the demigods according to the Vedas, then we'll become gradually elevated. What's the problem with that? Yes, Prabhu.
We like to receive something, to have a benefit of what we do.
Right. That's true, and that's not ultimately not going to help us to become spiritually advanced. Any other problems with performing Vedic sacrifices that you can think of?
We're still entangled.
A little louder.
We are still entangled in the material.
We remain entangled. Something a little more immediate.
Well, it's also one of the offenses against chanting of the holy name to karma kanda.
Right. I'm thinking more specifically, we don't have the time. We don't have a whole lot of time to perform Vedic sacrifices. Of course, if we're ready to spend lifetimes, and especially now in the age of Kali, to be able to perform those sacrifices, you need lots of ghee, lots of money, lots of gold. So you don't have the time, you don't have the resources. So the best sacrifice is to learn how to serve the Lord directly under the guidance of a pure devotee. So in the age of Kali, when our life is very short and our attention span is weak, and it's getting weaker by the day with the whole internet thing, right? We have to perform, what is the jagya for this age? The jagya, recommended for this age. Yes, Sankirtan jagya. Chanting and distributing the holy name. So can you remember 3 ways that performing sacrifice and eating purified food stuff benefits us? What happens when we eat prasadam?
Purify ourselves.
Yeah, our existence becomes purified. And when our existence becomes purified, what happens? Something even more close to. something even like in our brain, the tissues of our brain become purified, and our memory becomes purified. And when our memory and consciousness is purified, what are we able to think about? Krishna. Liberation for us to think. We begin to understand that we are entangled, that this is not my place, and we try to make some spiritual advance. We can contemplate what it would mean to be on a spiritual platform. And then we can move into Krishna consciousness. So Krishna has given all these instructions about how to advance with the Vedic rituals, but in verse 17 he says, "But for one who takes pleasure in the self, whose human life is one of self-realization, and who is satisfied in the self only, fully satiated, for him there is no duty." So Arjuna is thinking, good. But actually maybe he's thinking a little bit too quickly, because he's not fully satisfied in himself. He's in complete anxiety, right? So it's a process. So Arjuna is thinking, well, that's what I said before. One who is conscious of Krishna has no duty to perform, and if one is totally detached from the fruits of his work, then why do anything, especially fight? Better just to meditate and study Shastra. So you can really it's really easy to misunderstand the instructions if you don't have a guru and good association to help you understand. Okay, but still, Krishna's thinking or saying that you should follow instructions. So who remembers why Krishna is, or one should follow the Vedic tradition? Do you remember in the 3rd canto why Krishna says that it's good to follow and do one's prescribed duties, even if you are very spiritually advanced? What's a good reason to follow the prescribed duties?
To be an example.
Yeah, to set example for others, right? Did you want to say something later, Shakti? Okay. So in verses 17 to 21, Krishna describes the position of a self-realized person in relation to work. Although he doesn't need to perform prescribed duties, he continues working to set the example for common men to follow. So he mentioned in verse 21 that kings such as Janaka attained perfection solely by performance of prescribed duties. Therefore, just for the sake of educating the people in general, you should perform your work. That's why, like for instance, Prabhupada said, even if you're a pure devotee, you shouldn't exhibit all your symptoms, because people like Lord Chaitanya, when he exhibited his symptoms, I think one devotee said in class the other day that even today in the encyclopedia, they're saying that Lord Chaitanya had epilepsy. So, no, you perform your prescribed duties even if you are in ecstasy. And sometimes Prabhupada's ecstasy would come and he would have to really control it, and he would be even embarrassed. And actually, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur says, if you have pure ecstasy and love of God, you don't display those symptoms to everyone. He gave the example that a bride who has given herself to her husband, she gives herself only to her husband. She only he can see her. Not that the whole world can see her. So our symptoms of ecstasy are pure, and they should be kept only for Krishna and not displayed to the world, because otherwise it becomes cheap. Huh? So Prabhupada says in the purport to Bhagavad Gita, chapter 3, text 21, people in general always require a leader who can teach the public by practical behavior. A leader cannot teach the public to stop smoking if he himself smokes. Lord Chaitanya said that a teacher should behave properly before he begins teaching. One who teaches in that way is called acharya, or the ideal teacher. Therefore, a teacher must follow the principles of Shastra to teach the common man. Prabhupada said he always chanted his 16 rounds. So because we're Vaishnavas, we may think that we're not always so restricted like ordinary people in the world who follow moral codes. But our responsibility as Vaishnavas is that we have to set the example as the topmost person in society. And we didn't understand that. We did many nonsense things in the old days. We were cheating people out of money and things, thinking that they would get some spiritual benefit. If you cheat people out of money and then they hate you for it, how much spiritual advancement are they going to make, right? And Krishna even uses himself as an example. He says that even he performs his activities, because if he doesn't perform his devotional, if he doesn't perform prescribed duties, everybody else will follow, and then the whole world will be put in chaos. And he advises Arjuna to fight with devotion for Krishna and to become free from the bondage of fruitive activities. So we're going from Nishkama Yoga, we're trying to, at least in understanding, to get to become elevated to bhakti. Krishna tells Arjuna in verse 30, "Therefore, O Arjuna, surrendering all your works unto me, with full knowledge of me, without desires for profit, and no claim to proprietorship, and free from lethargy." Fight. So don't be and don't be passionate, but just try to do it for me. And he said, those persons, this is in verse 31, those persons who execute their duties according to my injunctions, Krishna says, and who follow these teachings faithfully without envy, become free from the bondage of fruitive activities. And he warns Arjuna in verses between verses 33 to 43, don't give up your prescribed duties, even if there is some imperfection in doing your prescribed duties. And he says everyone is forced to act by the laws of the modes of material nature. And of course, then Arjuna is going to ask Krishna why. Why are people forced to act, right? And then Krishna will explain, why is one forced to act against his will? Krishna, the famous question that Arjuna asked, why is one forced to act helplessly? Yeah, the all-devouring and sinful enemy of the world. And then Krishna advises Arjuna and us, of course, how we can overcome this by working in Krishna consciousness with steady intelligence and with knowledge of our pure identity. So he told Arjuna, you should act according to your nature. You're a Kshatriya. And if you try to repress your nature, he said, what will be accomplished? But he said you should follow the prescribed duties and live as peaceful life as possible, but don't also become too attached to these regulations, because why if you're too attached to the regulations, what can happen? We learned that in the Nectar of Instruction. If you follow the rules and regulations, you can also miss the point if you're only following just to follow them to keep yourself in a nice place. They regulate you, but if you become too attached to regulations, sometimes you may have to do something that's a little bit outside the regulations. And like, for instance, a classic example are the Brahmanas, the Brahmanas who are doing the Vedic sacrifices. Very attached to the jagas, very paka Brahmanas, very paka. And when the cowboy boys came, they're like, we're doing our paka jagas. So be careful, Krishna advises, we should control our senses by the Vedic principles because they regulate our attachment and our aversion. They keep us free from hate and being overly attracted. And even if you can't do them perfectly, it's better to do your own duty imperfectly than to try to artificially do someone else's perfectly. So we don't control our senses by being overly attached, and we don't control our senses by trying to push everything away. We control our senses by hearing from Shastra, trying to follow and apply Shastra, and by realizing what our duty is. So we all have general duties, and then because of who we are and how we're conditioned, we also have individual duties, and those we can learn from trusted persons on the path. Our trusted authorities can help us figure out how to apply ourselves in different situations. Prabhupada gives the example, if you're too attached to following the rules and regulations. You remember the example? You might feel very good following the rules and regulations, but he gives a very graphic example that there could be some danger, and he compares it to something else. You remember? There could be danger even on the... Yeah, so what can happen on the royal roads?
You can get
A highway robbers,
Yeah.
right? Yeah.
Come on.
Huh?
Sorry.
If you're on even if you're on the royal roads, you can still get robbed by the highway robbers. He said, one has to follow the rules and regulations unattached to them, because practice of sense gratification under regulations may also lead one to go astray, as much as there's always the chance of an accident, even on the royal roads. Although they may be very carefully maintained, no one can guarantee that there will be no danger even on the safest road. The sense enjoyment spirit has been current for a very, very long time, owing to material association. Therefore, in spite of being regulated in sense gratification, there's every chance of falling down. Therefore, any attachment for a regulated sense enjoyment must also be avoided. So it's not so much the rules and regulations, but the enjoyment that you get out of them, that you should become a bit detached from. I remember I have a very dear god sister, and she was like a yogini. And we were setting up plates of prasadam, and I sat down at her plate by accident. She had put a big juicy apple there. And she was really attached to the idea of eating that apple. And I didn't understand why she was upset with me. Because then she explained to me that was her plate because she wanted that apple. So of course I got up, but we were talking a little bit about this. We're trying to control our senses, but we still have our strong attachment for certain sense objects. Be a little bit careful, huh? If we didn't have this knowledge, we think, what's the problem? It's my apple, you know, and I'm very austere, I'm only eating, you see? So it's tricky. But Prabhupada says in the purport to text 34, but attachment to Krishna consciousness or acting always in the loving service of Krishna detaches one from all kinds of sensory activities. Therefore, no one should try to be detached from Krishna consciousness at any stage of life. The whole purpose of detachment from all kinds of sense attachment is ultimately to become situated on the platform of Krishna consciousness. So then there was all this discussion about attachment and detachment, and especially the sense enjoying spirit. So Arjuna asks Krishna in verse 36 of chapter 3, O descendant of Vrishni, by what is one impelled to sinful activities, even unwillingly, as if engaged by force? And this is the terrible answer that Krishna gives, that we all shake in our boots when we hear it, and we should. It is lust only, O Arjuna, which is born of contact with the material mode of passion, and later transformed into wrath, and which is the all-devouring, sinful enemy of this world. He'd already warned about it in the previous chapter about contemplating the objects of the senses, right? One becomes attached to them, and the whole downward sliding, the slippery slope. And then Krishna tells Arjuna that the living entity is covered by different degrees of this lust. As fire is covered by smoke, as the mirror is covered by dust, and as the embryo is covered by the womb. So the fire, the example of the fire being covered by smoke is like us in the human form of life. We have the capacity to cultivate the smoke, to make it into a blazing fire of a Krishna consciousness, but we have to be careful because it can also become a blazing fire for sense enjoyment. So, but Prabhupada says by careful handling of the smoke in the fire can be, by careful handling of the smoke, the fire can be made to blaze. And then the idea of the mirror being covered by dust, that's like being an animal or a bird. And the only way that these creatures or these embodied beings can be purified is if they hear the holy name. We give them prasadam, like Tilak, our Tilak. We love Tilak so much. Tilak's going to be a really good devotee. Already has such a wonderful character, loves the devotees. She's going to be a really nice devotee in her next life. I'm convinced. And then he gives the example of the embryo covered by the womb. That's like the trees. They're so covered by lust. The person that was in that body in the previous life became so covered by lust that they had to have a tree body so they'd minimize the difficulty that they would make for themselves and for others. Actually, when we did the tour, we used to have all of these examples given, remember? I used to call it the scary karma. We're going to go around the corner now. We're going to see the scary karma pictures, because it looks like you immediately become these things. But anyway, they took them away, and I think it probably was a little bit too much for them anyway. So, but we should know that these are the possibilities and the likelihoods if we don't properly follow Shastra and we give in to the varying degrees of lust. So Prabhupada explains that lust is subtle, it's born from the mode of passion, and it's not so easy to notice until it's transformed into, by the mode of ignorance, into anger and wrath. Wrath is like really angry. Anger is one thing, but wrath is really uncontrolled anger, like rage. You heard of road rage? In America, it happens. Somebody's upset on the highway, and they get stuck in traffic, and somebody says something to them. They get out of their car and they bring a gun and shoot them. That's called road rage, big time. They want to get somewhere, they can't get there, they go nuts. And of course, you see the example. It's also in the pictures in the Bhagavad Gita that a man is attached to a woman. She cheats on him. We hear these stories all the time, these ghastly so-called love stories. And then, of course, who remembers where the enemy of lust resides? Krishna gives Prabhupada says in the one purport, if you're fighting a war, you have to know where the enemy is hidden. So where does lust reside? In the tongue. In the tongue, yeah, the tongue is one of the senses. Yeah, so the senses, where else? Yeah, and? Huh? The lust resides in the mind, the senses, and? Yeah. Of course, if your intelligence is very lusty, then I don't know if you've noticed that when you start getting, like, if you're really hungry and you're really lusty, you're trying to get to the prasadam, you knock things over, or things are just not working, you're like, here I go again. Has that ever happened to any of us? It's happened to me, and I feel like a complete idiot every time it happens. I'm a foodie, so this is where it turns up for me. Okay, so the mind is the center of sense activities, and it's the reservoir of all desires and ideas for sense gratification. Normally, in its original condition, the mind is just in the mode of goodness. It's very much like a lake, clear lake. When your mind is peaceful, you can be Krishna conscious. The senses are always trying to be combined with their objects, and intelligence is in the mode of passion, and it's always figuring out how to get what you want. And then you become more and more covered by identifying with the body, the mind, and the senses. In a verse, the purport to verse 39, where Krishna warns that lust burns like fire and is never satisfied, Prabhupada says in the purport that lust cannot be satisfied by any amount of sense enjoyment, just as fire is never extinguished by a constant supply of fuel. In the material world, the center of all activities is, come on, we all know what it is. I'll give you a hint. It begins with S and it ends with X.
It begins with?
Huh?
It begins with?
S.
What's in the middle?
Huh?
What's in the middle?
What did he say?
Soul.
S, X. Sex. Madonna, my body, your body, everybody, move your body. And everybody's getting like completely crazy, right? remember it was in, I was in Canada, and my niece was looking at these ITV or whatever it is, and like this Britney and Madonna. I said, do you become a bit desensitized after a while? I mean, it's so lusty. It's like, how can you sit and watch it? I mean, actually, remember before I joined, my brother-in-law took me and his wife to a movie. Now, by that time, I was so disgusted with material enjoyment that it was all this yucky thing going on the screen. And I was like, can I go home now? So yeah, you become desensitized when you're exposed to it too much. But it doesn't mean that you're not getting contaminated by it, you see? So in the material world, the center of all activities is sex, and thus the material world is called Maitunya Agara, or the shackles of sex life. In the ordinary prison house, criminals are kept within bars. Similarly, the criminals who are disobedient to the laws of the Lord are shackled by sex life. Advancement of material civilization on the basis of sense gratification means increasing the duration of the material existence of the living entity. Therefore, this lust is the symbol of ignorance by which the living entity is kept within the material world. And Prabhupada does say that while one enjoys sense gratification, it may be that there is some feeling of happiness, but actually that so-called feeling of happiness is the ultimate enemy of the sense enjoyer. And how does Krishna advise that you overcome this enemy? By regulating the senses and by being educated in Krishna consciousness. Then the natural love of God cannot deteriorate into lust, because lust is actually like milk turning into yogurt. You can turn milk into yogurt, but you can't turn. But in Krishna consciousness, it can be turned back into pure love of God. And Prabhupada says, even if you can't be Krishna conscious from the very beginning of life, from any stage of life, or from the time of understanding the urgency of becoming Krishna consciousness, one can begin regulating the senses in Krishna consciousness, devotional service, and turn this lust into love of Godhead, the highest perfectional stage of human life. And then the final verse in the Bhagavad Gita, chapter 3, is thus knowing oneself to be transcendental to the material senses, mind, and intelligence, O mighty armed Arjuna, one should steady the mind by deliberate spiritual intelligence, Krishna consciousness, and thus by spiritual strength conquer this insatiable enemy of lust. So that was really, really quick. If anyone wants to make a comment, did you want to say something, Benny? Anybody? Huh? Okay. It's to get the whole chapter out there. I mean, I guess we could have read the verses, but everything takes time. This is just preparing us for the Gita Jayanti. Who would say what's the main thing that you take out of this chapter 3, for you today at least? What's the main thing? We went through it like the wind, but if you remember something that you could take home with you. Not everyone at the same time. Yes, Benny?
That by Krishna consciousness you overcome all difficulties if you do it with endeavor.
Yeah, if you're willing to seriously endeavor under careful guidance, under proper guidance, carefully keeping yourself in touch with, being willing to receive feedback to improve your practice. Humility, that's why humility is very important. And you have to also recognize who's qualified to guide you, right?
It's 19 hours.
Yes. Anybody want to say anything else?
That by performing your duty, you can control your senses.
Yes, duty, not by giving up work, but giving up attachment to work. And not by withdrawing, but by positively engaging the senses, by doing in prescribed duties and by trying to follow what the scriptural guidance. So this is what will help us to overcome. Regulating the senses, engaging them in Krishna consciousness, and being willing to do that in order to purify our work, our heart, and not artificially try to jump to some platform we're not on. Is that what you kind of mean? I'm just kind of playing.
I never really understood why we have to.
Pardon me?
I never really understood why we have to perform our duty.
You want to understand that a little better, you said?
Yeah, I was thinking that I understand it now a little bit better.
Yeah, by performing, first of all, we have to do something. We have to engage these senses because they always need to be engaged. Like even Krishna Kshetra Swami says, when he does this or that activity, he said, it keeps me off the street. And he's a sannyasi. In other words, he recognizes that the senses are always going to try to drag us unnecessarily and excessively to sense gratification. And the duties prescribed according to our nature and our level of advancement keeps us safe so that we can gradually proceed. So that's why prescribed duties are important, not just doing them mechanically, but understanding with our intelligence. I love it when he says that. When somebody appreciates what he does, he goes, yes, it keeps me off the street. So performing our prescribed duties keeps us off the street, or in other words, keeps us from getting in trouble with the material energy. She's still going to give us trouble, but we're not going to stop performing our prescribed duties. It'll be minimized, greatly minimized. Does that help you understand it a little better? Okay. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Prabhupada Anugas ki jai. Gaur Bhaktivinoda ki jai.
Jaya Jaya Gaura Chande Arotika Shobha Jana Vitatava Jagamanaloba Dakinanita Chan Mamegadadara Dakinanita Chan Mamegadadara Nikate Advaita Srini Vatsa Chatradhara Vasi Ache Goda Chan Krishna Simhasane Aroti kore na Brahma Adi Devagane Nara Hari Hari Kori Chamaradulaya Sankara Kaya Mukunda Vasu Gojadigaya Shanka Bhaje Ganta Bhaje Bhaje Karatala Madhuram Nidanga Bhaje Paramarasala Shanga Bhaje Ganda Bhaje Madhur 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 Bhaje Shanga Bhaje Ganta Bhaje Madhur 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 Bhaje Shanga Bhaje Ganta Bhaje Madhur 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 Bhaje Haribol, 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 Nitai Gaura Haribol. Nitai Gaura Haribol, 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 Nitai Gaura Haribol. Koti Chandrajini Vadana Ujvala Bahur Koti Chandrajini Vadana Ujvala Radhadesh Vanamala Kore Jalamala Shiva Shukana Radha Reme Gada Gada Bhakti Vinoda Dekhe Gaurara Sampada Eva Jaya Jaya Gaura Chande Arati Keshava Jana Vitatavane Jagamanalova Haribol, 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 Nitai Gora Haribol. Nitai Gora Haribol, 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 Nitai Gora Haribol. Haribol, 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 Nitai Gora Haribol. Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swaminiti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Pasyatya Deshatarine Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadara Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadara Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Shri Krishna Chaitanya Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Radha Gopinata, Radha Gopinata, Shri Radhe. Jaya Jagana, Jaya Jagana, Jaya Baladeva, Jaya Subhadra. Jaya Gauranitai, Jaya Gauranitai, Gauranitai, Shri Shri Gauranitai. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada. Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jai Gaur Premanande.
Jai. Jai.
Shri Krishna, Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda, Shri Advaita Gadadhar, Shri Gaur Bhaktavinda ki.
Jai.
Shri Radha Krishna Gopa Gopinath, Shyama Kund Radha Kund, Shri Govardhan ki. Jai. Ananta Koti Vaishnavinda ki. Jai. Yamuna Mai ki. Jai. Ganga Mai ki. Jai. Vrindavan Dham ki. Jai. Mayapur Dham ki. Jai. Vedam Vedanga Transcendental Book Distribution, Shri Prabhupada ki. Jai. Vedam Vedanga Harinam Sankirtan Yagya ki. Jai. All glories to the all assembled devotees. All glories to all assembled devotees. All glories to the all assembled devotees. All glories to Shri Guru and Shri Gauranga. All glories to Shri Prabhupada.
Namaste Narasimhaya.
Namaste Narashinhaya.
Namaste Narasimhaya.
Namaste Narashinhaya.
Hiranyakashipu Rakshaha. Hiranyakashipu Rakshaha. Shila Tankana Kalaye. Shila Tankana Kalaye. Ito
Nrsimha Parato Nrsimho. Eto Nrsimha Parato Nrsimho. Yato Yato Yamitato Nrsimha. Yato Yato Yamitato Nrsimha. Bahir Nrsimho Hridaye Nrsimho. Bahir Nrsimho Hridaye Nrsimho. Nrsimhamadim Sharanam Prapade. Nrsimhamadim Sharanam Prapade. Tavakara Kamalavarena Kam Adbhuta Shringa Dalita Hiranyakashipu Tanu Bringa Keshavadrita Narahari Rupa Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare. Jaya Nrsimhadev, Jaya Nrsimhadev, Nrsimhadev, Jaya Nrsimhadev. Jaya Prahlad Maharaj, Jaya Prahlad Maharaj, Prahlad Maharaj, Jaya Prahlad Maharaj. Lakshmi Nrsimha Bhagavan ki jai, Srila Prahlad Maharaj ki jai, Gaur Premanand.
I just hear, say here, you fucking do it.
Krishna 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Krishna 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 Rakshamam Krishna 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 Pahimam Rama Raghava Rama Raghava Rama Raghava Rakshamam Krishna Keshava Krishna Keshava Krishna Keshava Pahimam.
So, today we're reading from Krishna book, chapter
9. Yeah, I have a microphone. I have a microphone, I forget about this. Mother Yashoda means Lord Krishna. Once upon a time, seeing that her mind servant was engaged in different household duties, Mother Yashoda personally took charge of churning butter. And while she churned butter, she sang the childhood pastime of Krishna and enjoyed thinking of her son. The end of her sari was tightly wrapped while she churned, and on account of her intense love for her son, milk automatically dripped from her breasts, which moved as she labored very hard, churning with 2 hands. The bangles and bracelets of her hands tinkled as they touched each other, and her earrings and breasts shook. There were drops of perspiration on her face, and the flower garlands which was on her head scattered here and there. Before this picturesque sight, Lord Krishna appeared as a child. He felt hungry, and to increase his mother's love, he wanted her to stop churning. He indicated that her first business was to let him suck her breast, and then she could churn butter later. Mother Yashoda took her son on her lap and pushed the nipple of her breast into his mouth. And while Krishna was sucking the milk, she was smiling, enjoying the beauty of her child's face. Suddenly the milk which was on the stove began to boil over. Just to stop the milk from spilling, Mother Yashoda at once put Krishna aside and went to the stove. Left in that state by his mother, Krishna became very angry, and his lips and eyes became red in rage. He pressed his teeth and lips, and taking up a piece of stone, he immediately broke the butter pot. He took butter out of it, and with false tears in his eyes, he began to eat the butter in a secluded place. In the meantime, Mother Yashoda returned to the churning place after setting the overflowing milk pan in order. She saw the broken pot in which the churning yogurt had been kept. Since she could not find her boy, she concluded that the broken pot was his work. She smiled as she thought, "The child is very clever. After breaking the pot, he has left this place fearing punishment." After she saw all over, she found her son sitting on a big wooden grinding mortar, which was kept upside down. He was taking butter from a pot which was hanging from the ceiling on a swing, and he was feeding it to the monkeys. She saw Krishna looking this way and that way in fear of her, because he was conscious of his naughty behavior. After seeing her son so engaged, she very silently approached him from behind. Krishna, however, saw her coming toward him with a stick in her hand, and he immediately got down from the grinding mortar and began to flee in fear. Mother Yashoda chased him to all corners, trying to capture the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is never approached even by the meditations of great yogi. In other words, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna, who is never caught by the yogis and speculators, was playing just like a little child for such a great devotee as Mother Yashoda. Mother Yashoda, however, could not easily catch the fast-running child because of her thin waist and heavy body. Still, she tried to follow him as fast as possible. Her hair loosened and the flowers in her hair fell to the ground. Although she was tired, she somehow reached her naughty child and captured him. When he was caught, Krishna was almost on the point of crying. He smeared his hands over his eyes, which were anointed with black eye cosmetic. The child saw his mother's face while she stood over him, and his eyes became restless from fear. Mother Yashoda could understand that Krishna was unnecessarily afraid, and for his benefit, she wanted to allay his fears. Being the topmost well-wisher of her child, Mother Yashoda thought, if the child is too fearful of me, I don't know what will happen to him. Mother Yashoda then threw away her stick in order to punish him. She thought to bind his hands with some ropes. She did not know it, but it was actually impossible for her to bind the Supreme Personality of Godhead.
Mother Yashoda was thinking that Krishna was her tiny child. She did not know that the child had no limitation. There is no inside or outside of him, nor beginning or end. He is unlimited and all-pervading. Indeed, he is himself, the whole cosmic manifestation. Still, Mother Yashoda was thinking of Krishna as her child. Although he is beyond the reach of all senses, she endeavored to bind him to a wooden grinding mortar. But when she tried to bind him, she found that the rope she was using was too short, by 2 inches. He gathered more ropes from the house and added to it, but still she found the same shortage. So in this way she connected all the ropes available at home. But when the final knot was added, she saw that the rope was still 2 inches short. Mother Yashoda was smiling, but she was astonished. How is it happening? In attempting to bind her son, she became tired. She was perspiring, and the garland of her head fell down. Then Lord Krishna appreciated the hard labor of his mother, and being compassionate upon her, he agreed to be bound up by the ropes. Krishna, playing as a human child in the house of Mother Yashoda, was performing his own selected pastimes. Of course, no one can control the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Pure devotee surrenders himself unto the lotus feet of the Lord, who may either protect or vanquish the devotee. But for his part, the devotee never forgets his own position of surrender. Similarly, the Lord also feels transcendental pleasure by submitting himself to the protection of the devotee. This was exemplified by Krishna's surrender unto his mother, Yashoda. Krishna is the supreme bestower of all kinds of liberation to his devotees, but the benediction which is bestowed upon Mother Yashoda was never experienced even by Lord Brahma or Lord Shiva or the goddess of fortune. The Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is known as the son of Yashoda and Nanda Maharaj, is never so completely known to the yogis and speculators, but is easily available to his devotees. Nor is he appreciated as the supreme reservoir. Nor is he appreciated as the supreme reservoir of all pleasures by the yogis and speculators. Of the binding of sun, Mother Yashoda engaged herself in household affairs. At that time, bound up to the wooden mortar, Krishna would see a pair of trees before him, which were known as Arjuna trees. The great reservoir of pleasure, Lord Sri Krishna, thus thought to himself, Mother Yashoda first of all left without feeding me sufficiently milk, and therefore I broke the pot of yogurt and distributed the stock water in charity to the monkeys. Now she has bound me up to a wooden mortar, so I shall do something more mischievous than before. And thus he thought of pulling down the two very tall Arjuna trees. There is a history behind the pair of Arjuna trees. In their previous lives, the trees were born as the human sons of Kuvera, and their names were Nalakuvara and Manigriva. Fortunately, they came within the vision of the Lord. In their previous life, they were cursed by the great sage Narad in order to receive the highest benediction of seeing Lord Krishna. This benediction curse was bestowed upon them because of their forgetfulness due to intoxication. This story will be narrated in the next chapter.
The deliverance of Nalakuvara and Manigriva. The story of the cursing of Nalakuvara and Manigriva and their deliverance by Krishna under the all blissful desire of the great sage Narada is here described. The two great demigods, Nalakuvara and Manigriva, were sons of the treasurer of the demigods Kuvera, who was a great devotee of Lord Shiva. By the grace of Lord Shiva, Kuvera, material opulences had no limit. As a rich man's son, often become addicted to wine and women, so these two sons of Kuvera were also addicted to wine and sex. Once, these two demigods, desiring to enjoy, entered the garden of Lord Shiva in the province of Kailasha, on the bank of the Mandakini Ganges. There they drank much and engaged in hearing the sweet singing of the beautiful woman who accompanied them in the garden of fragrant flowers. In an intoxicated condition, the two demigods entered the water of the Ganges, which was filled with lotus flower, and there they began to enjoy the company of the young girls, exactly as a male elephant enjoys female elephant within the water. While they were thus enjoying themselves in the water, all of a sudden Narada, the great sage, happened to pass that way. He could understand that the demigods Nalakuvara and Manigriva were too much intoxicated and could not even see that he was passing. The young girls, however, were not so much intoxicated as the demigods, and they at once become ashamed at being naked before the great sage Narada. They began to cover themselves with all haste. The two demigod sons of Kuvera were so much intoxicated that they could not appreciate the presence of the sage Narada, and therefore did not cover their bodies. On seeing the two demigods so degraded by intoxication, Narada desired their welfare, and therefore he exhibited his causeless mercy upon them by cursing them. Because the great sage was compassionate upon them, He wanted to finish their false enjoyment of the intoxication and association with young girls and wanted them to see Lord Krishna face to face. He conceived of cursing them as follows. He said that the attraction for material enjoyment is due to an increase of the mode of passion. A person in the material world, when favored by the material opulence of riches, generally become addicted to three things: intoxication, sex, and gambling. Materially opulent men, being puffed up with the accumulation of wealth, also become so merciless that they indulge in killing animals by opening slaughterhouses, and they think that they themselves will never die. Such foolish persons, forgetting the laws of nature, become overly infatuated with the body. They forget that the material body, even though very much advanced in civilization, up to the position of the demigods, will finally turn into ashes or stool. And while one is living, whatever the external condition of the body may be, within there is only stool, urine, and various kinds of worms. Thus, being engaged in jealousy and violence to other bodies, materialists cannot understand the ultimate goal of life, and without knowing the goal of life, they generally glide down to a hellish condition in their next life. Such foolish persons commit all kinds of sinful activities on account of the temporary body, and they are even unable to consider whether the body actually belongs to them. Generally, it is said that the body belongs to the person who fit it. One might therefore consider whether the body belongs to one personally or to the master to whom one renders service. The master of slaves claims full right to the bodies of the slaves because the master fits the slaves. It may also be questioned whether the body belongs to the father, who is the seed-giving master of the body, or to the mother, who develops the child's body in the womb. Foolish persons are engaged in committing all sorts of sins due to the misconception of identifying the material body with the self.
It's very funny. This morning I gave a tour to children. Yeah. And upstairs is this room, the changing body. And then I explained, so the different bodies. But still, the person, the light that goes around, the person inside that sees through the body is actually the same person. So if you have different bodies, how can you be the body? And this, yeah, and then the whole class is like, yeah, because especially when you're young, you still think you're the body. So, yeah, and of course, then I asked them, so which part of the circle do you think you are? So I go from one to another, and then oh yeah, this is us. He said, and you go a little further. He said, this is why I am, but I used to be like you. He said, so then it becomes clear.
They don't believe it.
Yeah, anyway, but so we are so much used to being our body that we really see them. But one should be intelligent enough to understand to whom the body belongs. So that's what I said also. We don't keep our body. We don't grow our nails, we don't grow our hair, we don't digest our food, we don't breathe, we do so many things it's automatically we think. But it's not that we are doing it. A foolish person indulges in killing animals to maintain the body, but he does not consider whether the body belongs to him or to his father or mother or material grandfather. Sometimes a father gives his daughter in charity to a person with a view of getting back the daughter's child as a son. The body may also belong to a stronger man who forces it to work for him. Sometimes a slave's body is sold to a master, and from that day on, the body belongs to the master. At the end of the life, the body belongs to the fire, because the body is given to the fire and burned to ashes. Or the body is thrown into the street to be eaten by the dogs and vultures. Before committing all kinds of sins, to maintain the body, one should understand to whom the body belongs. Ultimately, it is concluded that the body is a product of material nature, and at the end it merges into material nature. Therefore, the conclusion should be that the body belongs to material nature. One should not wrongly think that the body belongs to him. To maintain a false possession, why should one indulge in killing? Why should one kill innocent animals to maintain the body? When a man is infatuated with the false prestige of opulence, he does not care for any moral instruction, but indulges in wine, women, and animal killing. In such circumstances, a poverty-stricken man is often better situated because a poor man thinks of himself in relation to other bodies. A poor man often does not wish to inflict injuries upon other bodies because he can understand more readily that when he himself is injured, he feels pain. Therefore, the great Snarad considered that because the demigods Nalakuvara and Manigriva were so infatuated by false prestige, they should be put into a condition of life devoid of opulence. A person who has a pinprick in his body does not wish others to be pricked by pins, and considerate man in the life of poverty does not wish to others to be also put in this condition. Generally, it is seen that one who has risen from a poverty-stricken life and becomes wealthy creates some charitable institution at the end of his life, so that other poverty-stricken men might be benefited. In short, a compassionate poor man may consider others' pain and pleasures with empathy. A poor man is seldom puffed up with false pride, and he may be freed from all kinds of infatuation. He may remain satisfied by whatever he gets from his maintenance by the grace of the Lord. To maintain in the poverty-stricken condition is a kind of austerity. According to Vedic culture, therefore the Brahmanas, as a matter of routine, keep themselves in poverty-stricken condition to save themselves from the false prestige of material opulence. False prestige due to advancement of material prosperity is a great impediment for the spiritual emancipation. A poverty-stricken man cannot become unnaturally fat by eating more and more, and on account of not being able to eat more than he requires, his senses are not very turbulent. When the senses are not very turbulent, he cannot become violent. Another advantage of poverty is that a saintly person can easily enter a poor man's house, and thus the poor man can take advantage of the saintly person's association. A very opulent man does not allow anyone to enter his house. Therefore, the saintly person cannot enter. According to the Vedic system, a saintly person takes the position of a mendicant, so that on the plea of begging, sometimes by something from the householder, he can enter any house. The householder, who has usually forgotten everything about spiritual advancement because he is busy maintaining family affairs, can be benefited by the association of a saintly person. There is a great chance for the poor man to become liberated through association with the saint. Of what use are persons who are puffed up with natural opulence and prestige if they are bereft of the association of a saintly persons and devotees of the Supreme Personality of Godhead?
They start singing at 15 minutes, 15 past 8.
About 4 pages.
Yeah, definitely probably.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
The great sage Narada thereafter thought that it was his duty to put those demigods into a condition where they could not be falsely proud of their material opulence and prestige. Narada was compassionate and wanted to save them from their fallen life. They were in the mode of darkness and being therefore unable to control the senses. They were addicted to sex life. It was the duty of a saintly person like Narada to save them from their abominable condition. In animal life, the animal has no sense to understand that he is naked. But Kuvera was the treasurer of the demigods and very responsible man, and Nala Kuvera and Manigriva were two of his sons. And yet they become so animalistic and irresponsible that they could not understand, due to intoxication, that they were naked. To cover the lower part of the body is a principle of human civilization, and when man or woman forget this principle, they become no better than animals. Narada, therefore, thought that the best punishment for them was to make them immovable, living entitles, or trees. Trees are, by nature's laws, immovable. All through, trees are covered by the mold of ignorance. They cannot do harm. The great sage Narada thought it fitting that all through the brothers would be punished to become trees. By his mercy, they would continue to keep their memory and be able to know why they were being punished. After changing the body, a living entity generally forgets his previous life. But in special cases, by the grace of the Lord, as with Nala Kuvera and Manigriva, one can't remember. Such Narada, therefore, contemplated that the two demigods should remain for 100 years in the time of the demigods, in the form of trees. And after that, they would be fortunate enough to see the Supreme Personality of Godhead face to face, by His causeless mercy. And thus they would be again promoted to the life of the demigods and become great devotees of the Lord. After this, the great sage Narada returned to his abode, known as Narayana Shrama, and the two demigods turned into trees, known as twin Arjuna trees. The two demigods were favored by the causeless mercy of Narada and given a chance to grow in Nanda's country and see Lord Krishna face to face. Although child Krishna was bound up to the wooden mortar, he began to proceed toward the twin trees in order to fulfill the prophecy of his great devotees Narada. Lord Krishna knew that Narada was his great devotee, and that the trees standing before him as twin Arjuna trees were actually the sons of Kuvera. I must now fulfill the words of my great devotees Narada, he thought. Then he proceeded through the passage between the two trees. All through, he was able to pass through the passage. The large wooden mortar stuck horizontally between the trees. Taking advantage of this, with great strength, Lord Krishna began to pull the rope, which was tied to the mortar. As soon as he pulled, the two trees with all their branches and limbs, fell down with a great sound. Out of the broken fallen trees came two great personalities, shining like blazing fire. All sides became illuminated and beautiful by their presence. The two purified personalities immediately came before child Krishna and bowed down to offer their respect and prayers in the following words. Dear Lord Krishna, you are the original personality of Godhead, master of all mystic powers. Learned Brahmanas know very well that this cosmic manifestation is an explanation of your potentials, which are sometimes manifest and sometimes unmanifest. You are the original provider of the life, body and senses of all living entities. You are the eternal God, Lord Vishnu, who is all-pervading, the imperishable controller of everything, and you are eternal time. You are the original source of the cosmic manifestation which is acting under the spell of the three modes of material nature: goodness, passion, and ignorance. You are living as the super soul in all the multiforms of living entities. And you know very well what is going on within their bodies and minds. Therefore, you are the supreme director of all activities of all being living entities. But all through, you are in the midst of everything which is under the spell of the material modes of nature. You are not affected by such contaminated qualities. No one under the jurisdiction of the material modes can understand your transcendental qualities, which existed before the creation. Therefore, you are called the Supreme Transcendence. Let us offer our respectful obeisance unto the lotus feet of you. Lord Vasudeva, the Supreme Brahman, who are always glorified by your personal internal potentials. In this material world, you make yourself known only by your different incarnations. All through, you assume different types of bodies. These bodies are not part of the material creation. They are always full of the transcendental potencies of unlimited opulence, strength, beauty, fame, wisdom, and renunciation. In the material existence, there is a difference between the body and the owner of the body, but because you appear in your original spiritual body, there is no such a difference for you. When you appear, your uncommon activities indicate that you are the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Such uncommon activities are not possible for anyone in material existence. You, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, cause the birth and death, as well as the liberation of the living entities. And you are full with all your plenary expansions. You can bestow on everyone all kinds of benedictions. O Lord, O source of all auspiciousness and goodness, we offer our respectful obeisances unto you. You are the all-pervading Supreme Personality of Godhead, the Supreme Source of Peace, and the Supreme Personality in the dynasty of King Yadu. O Lord, our Father, known as Kuvera, the demigod, is your servant. Similarly, the great sage Narada is also your servitor, and only by the grace have we been able to see you personally. We therefore pray that we may always be engaged in your transcendental loving service. by speaking only about your glories and hearing about your transcendental activities. May our hands and other limbs be engaged in your service and our minds always be concentrated at your lotus feet, and our heads always bow down before the all-pervading universal form of your lordship. When the demigods Nala Kuvara and Manigriva finished their prayers, the child, Lord Krishna, the master and procreator of Gokula, bound to the wooden grinding mortar by the ropes of Yashoda, smiled and said, "It was already known to me that my great devotee, Narada Muni, had shown his causeless mercy by saving you from the abominable condition of pride due to possessing extraordinary beauty and opulence in a family of demigods. He has saved you from gliding down into the lowest condition of hellish life. All these facts are already known to me. You are very fortunate because not only were you cursed by him, but you had the great opportunity to see him. If someone is able to, by chance, to see face to face a great saintly person like Narada, who is always serene and merciful to everyone, then immediately that conditioned soul become liberated. This is exactly like being situated in the full light of the sun. There cannot be any visionary impediment. Therefore, O Nala Kuvara and Manigriva, your lives have now become successful because you have developed ecstatic love for me. This is your last birth within material existence. Now you can go back to your father's residence in the heavenly planets, and by remaining in the attitude of devotional service, you will be liberated in this very life. After this, the demigods circumambulated the Lord many times and bowed down before him again and again, and thus they left. The Lord remained bound up with ropes to the grinding mortar. Thus ends the Bhaktivedanta purport of the 10th chapter of Krishna, the deliverance of Nala Kuvera and Manigriva. Chapter 11. Killing the demons, Vatsasura and Bakashura. When the twins Arjuna trees fell to the ground, making a sound like the falling of thunderbolts, all the inhabitants of Gokula, including Nanda Maharaja, immediately came to the spot. They were very much astonished to see how the two great trees had suddenly fallen. Because they could find no reason for their falling down, they were puzzled. When they saw child Krishna bound up to the wooden mortar by the ropes of Mother Yashoda, they thought that it must have been caused by some demon. Otherwise, how was it possible? At the same time, they were very much perturbed because such uncommon incidents were always happening to child Krishna. While the cowherd men were thus contemplating the small children who were playing there, informed the men that the trees had fallen because Krishna had pulled the wooden mortar with the ropes binding him. Krishna came in between the two trees, they explained, and the wooden mortar was topsy-turvied and stuck in between the trees. Krishna pulled the rope and the trees fell down. When the trees fell down, the two dazzling men came out of the trees and they said something to Krishna. Most of the cohort men did not believe the statement of the children. They could not believe that such things were at all possible. Some of the men, however, believed them and told Nanda Maharaja, "Your child is different from all other children. He just might have done it." Nanda Maharaja smiled to hear about the extraordinary abilities of his son. He came forward and untied the knot just to free his wonderful child. After being freed by Nanda Maharaja, Krishna was taken onto the laps of the elder gopis. They took him away to the country yard of the house and began to clap, praising his wonderful activities. Krishna danced along with their clapping, just like an extraordinary child. The Supreme Lord Krishna, being completely controlled by the gopis, sang and danced just like a puppet in their hands. Sometimes Mother Yashoda used to ask Krishna to bring her a wooden plank for sitting. Although the wooden plank was too heavy to be carried by a child, still somehow or other Krishna would bring it to his mother. Sometimes his father, while worshipping Narayana, would ask him to bring his wooden slippers, and Krishna, with great difficulty, would put the slippers on his head and bring them to his father. When he was asked to lift some heavy article and was unable to lift it, he would simply move his arms. In this way, daily, at every moment, he was the reservoir of all pleasure for his parents. The Lord was exhibiting such childish dealings with the inhabitants of Vrindavana because he wanted to show the great philosophers and sages searching after the absolute truth, how the supreme absolute truth personality of Godhead is controlled by and subjected to the desires of his pure devotees. One day, a fruit vendor came before the house of Nanda Maharaja. Upon hearing the vendor call, "If anyone wants fruits, please come and take them from me," Child Krishna immediately took some grains in his palms and went to get fruits in exchange. In those days, exchange was by barter. Therefore, Krishna might have seen his parents acquire fruits and other things by bartering grain, and so he imitated. But his palms was very small, and he was not very careful to hold the grains tight, so he was dropping them. The vendor who came to sell fruits saw this and was very much captivated by the beauty of Lord. So she immediately accepted whatever few grains were left in his palms and filled his hands with fruits. In the meantime, the vendor saw that her whole basket of fruit had become filled with jewels. The Lord is the bestower of all benedictions. If someone gives something to the Lord, he is not the loser, he is the gainer by 1,000,000 times.
Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swamini Namine Namaste Sarasvati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Sunyavani Pastajare Shadarine Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaura Bhaktarinda. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Rama Rama Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Hare Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Shri Shri Radha Gopinath ki. I forgot the melody. I don't remember.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Shri Radha Gopinath ki jai, Srila Prabhupada ki